All right, there we go. We got YouTube launched. Oh man. Since I pay for it anyway, because I haven't canceled it yet. Draw a defeats the porpoise. No, not even close. Yeah. All right. So yeah, Grok is terrible. Whatever. Yeah. I just thought it was a funny typo. We knew what you meant, so don't worry about that. But yeah, like defeats the porpoise. Like, that was just, I don't know. I had a major like mental image that got conjured. I was hoping that terrible tool would be able to actually say it, but nah, it's just not good. But here's one thing I want to double check. Not quite there. Free repels. I have 33 of 3 created, so yeah, I'm not using that. All right, so here's what I want to do. Enum, we'll just copy the enum. I just want to verify something here. I have done mobile app development. I'm not currently doing any, though. And hold on, let me zoom in so you guys can see this a bit. All right, so then, yeah, required role, and we'll say that one is, I don't know, just read only. Uh, sorry, starter, English only, please. Uh, uh, I wonder if I can do this. Yeah, okay. I just think we're running into a weird issue here. Why is this grayed out as if it's not used? It's a little weird as well. Okay, so we want to double check that it's not undefined as well. Let me just double check this one more time. That way we can at least get this part to compile, because it should be working that way. Yes, the undefined is not greater than role hierarchy here. So yeah, we got to check for undefined explicitly. Whereas instead, if we had made this admin, I just want to double check, make sure I'm doing this part right. Right? Okay, so that would still be false. Yep. But then if I were to change these, then yeah. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. All right, and yeah, we should probably write a. We should probably write some unit tests for this at some point. I just want to double check that though. Trying to figure out why your Flask app won't launch via Flask but runs fine in Python. Is Flask its own runtime? I don't think I knew that. I thought it was just a library that you call from Python. Huh. Okay, so yeah, we have this has permission check. Let's double check where we are here. Hey, Maduro, how you doing? Oh. And hey, Clarkio. Oh, we got 2 in a row. Oh, man. Yeah, thanks for the raid. Maduro, what were you up to? Yeah, let me give you a follow. And let's do a quick shout out. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. Dark magic functions, chill coding. Nice. And Maduro, what country are you from? Are you from like Spain? Or are some of your viewers from Spain as well? Because at Get Kraken, we are specifically hiring someone from the Alicante area. Brazil. Okay. Portugal. Got it. Okay. So I don't know, just in case, on the off chance. it's possible. Anyone that might be over in the Alicante area, we are looking for software engineers. They do want it to be an in-office role. I believe it could be hybrid for the right person. Don't quote me on that part. But yeah, they do want someone from the area. So just in case, figured I'd throw that out there. I work at Get Kraken as a developer advocate. Nuno's from Portugal. So yeah, Portuguese is actually like the language, lingua franca or whatever, spoken over on the channel. Makes sense. Cool. Well, yeah, welcome everyone from that raid. Let's do this other shout out. Clarkio, Mr. Sir, how you doing? Oh, we gotta wait 10 more seconds to do the other shout out. Oh, Nuno works at Laravel. Nice. Oh, that's cool. Like, are you helping build out Laravel Cloud? Like what do you do at Laravel? And if you have to get going, I get it. Like, normally that's why you raid, because you had a reason to end the stream. So, if you got to get going, no worries, Nuno. But yeah, I'm curious. Like, there's a lot of really cool, like, ecosystem, like, cloud services for Laravel that I think is really part of why it's taken off. You know, there are other frameworks that are great. I personally have used Symfony back in the day. I've used Laravel as well. I tended to opt for, like, you know, a more Symfony style approach back in the day. Nowadays, I'd probably just pick Laravel if I was writing PHP. Like, if I needed a framework for, like, building a REST API in PHP. Right, let me point that out. Because I've written PHP recently, within the past, like, year or two, but I didn't need a framework for it because I was building a library for feature flag stuff. So, yeah, didn't need to touch the Laravel ecosystem for that. Pest PHP? I'm not aware of what that is. And Clarkio, what were you up to? Hold on, let me read it. A Wordle Discord bot? Ooh, that sounds fun. Oh, Pest PHP testing. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. I'm curious, does Pest have the concept of snapshot testing as well? Because I like snapshot testing. And one thing to remember is snapshot testing is not visual. It's about simply just like taking an output and comparing it over time, and if it changes, then you can just approve it rather than like having to check every single individual thing, right? So a really nice thing for like generating HTML via like components in React, etc., is when you do a snapshot test with Jest, it just generates the HTML, and you only care if that HTML changes. So it does have snapshot testing. Perfect. That's awesome. Yeah, I think snapshot testing is very useful for things where testing each individual thing becomes like overly verbose and really annoying to do. Where you're okay with it changing over time, but the amount of like effort to like update the test to be okay with that ends up being like way more effort. So yeah, awesome. Yeah, to match snapshot. This is great. Yeah, I built a snapshot testing thing for Lua at one point. I don't know if we launched the Lua snapshot testing, actually. I know we started building it just for fun, but I don't know if we published it. Yeah, yeah, this is great. Yeah, very full featured. I like it. Right. Okay. So it's a wrapper for PHP unit, but it's a nicer syntax, and yeah, like developer experience makes a lot of sense there. Cool. Yeah, I get that numbers. So a test framework at 1.4 SQL. I would say for that to be successful, you'd have to make it like dialect aware, and you would really want to make it to where the thing analyzing the dialect is separate from like an entire like hosted database, right? Like having to spin up a Docker container for a Postgres instance or something like just to test your SQL is kind of annoying, you know? So you only wanted to test Postgres, sure. Did you end up just spinning up Postgres and like doing the migration type fixture stuff with it? It's pretty easy. I understand that it can be easy, but it's definitely slower than if you were to write something that just ran the query engine, right? So as far as like tests being as fast as possible, a container is not really ideal. It is though. It really is. You have to fetch the container inside of CI/CD. Like it is definitely like an order of magnitude slower than something that doesn't have to do it. And depending on the size of your code base, an order of magnitude can be important, depending on the scope of your testing and all that stuff. Yes, I understand that, but that time to fetch the container is still really slow compared to if you didn't even have to hit the container. I understand that there's all sorts of mitigations for it, numbers. It's still not ideal. Right? It's why the test pyramid is the way it is, because unit tests are fundamentally faster than integration tests, which are fundamentally faster than end-to-end tests. So deciding where and when you test certain things is important. If you can do something that doesn't require the container, you can test orders of magnitude more code in smaller amounts of time, which ties up the pipeline way less than other tests. In many organizations, you have to like fight tooth and nail to get another runner or another agent or whatever to run CI/CD stuff. But you also, if you only have the one, you don't want to be tying up that pipeline. Like, I understand there are mitigations, but those are just simply making it better. They're not making it best. Right? Like, if you're going to go through all the effort of spinning up a container, why not just test the code that's calling the SQL instead? Right? The difference in performance between those two things is negligible. And you can do that just by simply calling the code that calls the SQL, right? Because it's still hitting the same thing that's spun up. right? It's all about inputs and outputs. Like, what output do you care about? Probably the endpoint that you're hitting more so than just the SQL itself. I understand the reasoning. I'm just pushing back and saying that you can do the same exact thing by hitting an endpoint that calls the SQL rather than having to worry about calling the SQL directly. Right? If you're going to be spinning up containers, the difference between those two things is moot, right? Let me get another album going. That was the last song. All right, we finished with that stuff. All right, so we committed this permissions check. Yeah, for everyone joining, I am building a software as a service for software as a service. Basically, I want to be able to manage balances and quotas for SaaSes. No, I have not. Only framework I've used for mobile stuff was, and when you're saying compose, you mean Jetpack, right? Jetpack Compose? No, I don't write platform-specific mobile apps. I'm going to use React Native pretty much every time. I have written iOS apps in the past, but that was back in like 2012, before Swift. In fact, in the classes I took, we weren't even allowed to use Arc. But yeah, basically, this project is about quota and balance management. When you think about that, in pretty much every software as a service you use, you're signed up for some tier that has X amount of like build hours in like a CI/CD platform, or X amount of bandwidth that you get at that tier for something like Vercel. Software as a service in general needs to do some kind of metering or balance management of some kind, and that building that out in their own code base is time that they're not spending actually building their service, right? The thing that they actually care about. So my thought is that we can make that easier for startups in general. And then it gets even more useful when you start thinking about like some of these AI, like ChatGPT wrappers, where OpenAI is going to bill you based on credits. So for your wrapper around ChatGPT, you're also going to bill your clients based on credits. And when they start using up those credits, they want to top up and add more. So that is the balance management aspect of things. And that's basically the same exact model as cosmetic stores in video games. Right? So I think there's a couple like core markets that I can serve with this product that I'm building. So the thing that I'm building today and working on today right now is adding permissions checks to all of my endpoints using some middleware. And it has changed a bit because we didn't used to have a business and then business users, right? So like a user was tied to one business and that was it, right? And there wasn't even the concept of teams. So we have added that because it's pretty much required for any major like enterprise or software as a service. So Bugatti, yes. Microtransactions in a video game are based upon a balance that you maintain because you don't want to actually run a PayPal transaction for every single like dollar purchase that someone makes, because the amount of money that PayPal is going to charge you for that is going to be way higher than if you just made someone spend $20 for credits and then they just deduct from those credits. Which is why pretty much every video game out there incentivizes you with extra free credits the larger, your purchase is, right? League of Legends does it, Madden does it, like everything does it. Yeah, I know PayPal has like a specific microtransaction tier, but it's still not as good as if you were to do it the other way, right? But at like their normal payment process, it's 25 cents plus 2.5%. If you're only charging someone $1 at a time, that is actually eating up 25% of your profit, right? Whereas 25 cents of a $20 purchase is a much smaller percentage. So yeah, that's why pretty much every single game out there that has some type of like internal marketplace operates on the idea that larger purchases get you extra stuff. So yeah, I believe I can help solve the virtual currency problem. I can help solve the quota management problem for software as a service. And I can help solve like the, I guess technically credits on an AI platform are also just virtual currency. I think there is I think there's a business there, so I'm building it out. And Bugatti, thank you for the follow. Tom, thank you for the follow. And Rudy, thank you for the follow. Appreciate y'all. One thing we're going to want to do, and I think I actually built it out. Oh. Yeah, we'll let that be. Hold on. Where was the middleware thing? So yeah, let me double check one thing here. In middleware, have I already created... Yeah, so parallel middleware here. Right now, what we have is a bit of a waterfall for how our middleware grabs data from the database to populate it onto our request context. As an example, if we look at the start of this, we see we get tables and we get business. These two kind of have to happen in serial, and get tables here isn't even like a database request, so that's fine. But then eventually we might have something like get account, which is another thing. Those two could actually happen in parallel. Now, I don't know if they actually could. So hold on. Let's go back to the other place I was looking. So for this endpoint, getting the balance and the account could happen in parallel. And getting the user permissions could happen in parallel. So we will eventually parallelize some of that middleware. No, we're not talking to threads. We're talking about network requests. So the waterfall with a network request is this request has to happen first before this request can happen, before this request can happen, and before like another one can happen. When realistically, these next three, like has permissions, has permission. Oop. I don't think admin's the one we want. Oh yeah, this hoodie's great. It's very warm. I don't know if they sell this as merch. I'm not sure. I don't know if they have a merch store. This was just something that that Glasses gifted at TwitchCon a couple years ago. All right, so hold on. Let me look at this. I forget what role is supposed to be. So admin, user, read only. Yeah. All right. So that's going to be just user. And eventually we could refactor that if we want. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Cinder. Yeah. I'll probably be getting to it later tonight anyway. So not a huge rush for me. What I'll probably end up doing is I will get into the queue and then start cooking dinner. And yeah, so for creating an account balance payment that requires user, I already don't like the idea of user. We're going to make it right. And this is incredibly naive at the moment. Right, we'll probably... Oh, no, hold on. That is the wrong place for that. We'll probably want to improve the type system for this eventually. Oh, are we doing that over here in types? Yes. So yeah, there would be read-only permission, write permission, and then admin permission. Write is anyone that can modify stuff. Read-only is anything that can read anything, and then admin is people that can add or remove team members, basically. And then maybe admin is also for modifying like business settings, like the name or the logo or some of those things. But yeah, so I like the idea of write being the thing there. All right, so then over here in middleware, let me just update this. I wish there was a way to define an enum. Hold on. Now, there's a way we can do this. Right, so we export role hierarchy there, and then this should be, what is it? Key of type of role hierarchy, and then when we look at it, it is those values. Perfect. So that's a way we can keep those in sync without having to like modify two things, right? I like that. All right, so hold on. One thing we're going to do. Right, we want to go through these endpoints kind of one by one. So we're running into an issue with how sup here is outputting the enum. And that is a little annoying. So I think I forgot about that issue. Let me look at this. Yeah, there's something we can do with how we output enums. Sup enums. Oh, it's because I'm doing an export as type. That would be my issue there. So if I just throw it over here into enums, then I think we end up being fine. Yeah, so then middleware here is totally fine. Yep. Okay, cool. And hey, what's up, YouTuber? How you doing? All right, so yeah, we got this middleware now dialed back in, and let's start going through the endpoints and adding our permissions. All right, so we require that it has permission for writing, deleting, I think I need to restart the extension host. Yeah, I like read instead of read only as well. So yeah, this is a bit of rigmarole, but totally worth it. All right, so stats is read, update is write. So yes, for some of these, we could probably automate this in some way, but writing the automation would probably be just as much work. Ooh, okay, so this one. Yep. We've actually got some other middleware missing. Oh, and we haven't even written the logic for this. Got it. So yeah, we do a get account as well. Yep, there's the update. Yep, this one's missing that. So yeah, we got a bunch of these endpoints that don't actually have their logic in them yet, which is fine. Kurlovian, I am adding middleware for checking permissions to my backend endpoints. and also filling in some other middleware that we might not have yet. Yeah, this song's good. I really like this one. This is probably the best song on this album for sure. I know, right? Yeah, and it's like crunchy, you know? All right, so creating a quota. This is fundamentally a quota for an account. Oh, no, it isn't. This is for creating an account. Yeah, okay. So this one is just has permission, right? Oh, but delete needed to get account. Herma, thank you for the follow. All right, so creating one doesn't require that, but this one does. Yeah, this is a good album. This is just one artist named Dream Station 1986. Yes, this is going to be stats for the business, right? Like the business's account stats. So yeah, this gives us a good chance to evaluate, some of our other like middleware as we go through the process here. So I think that's great. Oh, and yeah, so we're gonna want to really refactor how our API key stuff works at some point. Right now, we basically just have like one API key. Like per environment, so like per sandbox and per production, but eventually we probably want to make it to where you can just create new API keys with specific permissions. Yeah, yeah, but we'll wait on that. I think that's outside of scope for our task at the exact moment. All right. Login, MFA, and OAuth. Those are fine. We don't need to touch the permission stuff for those because those are just fundamentally different. So this is a get all for balances. That is read support. Yep, we'll let that just be flawed. This one is also has permission. How do you handle authorization in a software as a service app? Same way you handle it in any app, really. What is it that you think would be different about it? The only like major difference might be like how you set up teams. Like normal consumer apps might not have the concept of teams. Are you saying, am I using a third-party service? No. I built out my own MFA. Okay, so creating a balance. Ooh, and yeah. All right, so our has permission check is going to need to be aware of if the user is using an API key or if they're using like a user token. So yeah, API keys are going to fundamentally need to be tied to read or write permission in some way. But maybe that's not a big deal because we could just make every API key have a service account that basically lives as a user. I don't know. Yeah, we're going to have to think about the API key approach. Yep. That was the last song on this album, though. So let me get another. Oh, this one's crunchy. Yeah, this one's real crunchy. All right, creating a business. That is something basically anyone can do because it's not tied to a business, so there's no like business level permission for it. So that part's fine. We do need read permission. I am looking into people's souls. I'm just getting code done at a pretty good clip. All right, getting a user's businesses does not require a permissions check. Getting logs for a business. I'm going to say that's an admin thing. It's going well. I've got 2 on my stream machine, 1 on my dev machine. And then for work, I have like the laptop screen and then like my dev machine screen. There you go. Monitoring reality. Oh, here comes gravity. Sorry, that was a bad one. That was a terrible joke. I don't control the dev machine from the streaming machine. I just capture the dev machine as if it's like a video input. All right, so has permission right. Services we leave users. Okay, so 1 second. Which Mac Mini did I get? I got the best one, and I maxed it out except for the hard drive. The hard drive I just updated a little bit. It will work fine for video production. So I edit, like, I've edited 6K video on my work laptop, and that's an M3 MacBook Air. Now, it's not perfect. It's, it will, like, glitch every once in a while, right, as it's, like, caching and doing some of that stuff. But I was even editing video from, like, an external hard drive, and it was fine. It's not ideal, but it was fine, right? It was, like, good enough. I would say running from a local drive or something really fast should be good. All right, so for users, I'm not certain how I feel about that yet. So we'll wait on the users part. Because this is really just for, like, the user themselves to be able to do it. So I'm going to want to think about how we do that part for sure. And what I'm noticing is we don't actually have any endpoints for adding members to the teams. So we're going to have to figure that part out here in a minute. But it is 4 o'clock. I don't see any work stuff. No, at night. On a Friday night. It's midnight in Portugal right now. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, I'm thinking we can do beverage time. I'm on the fence of what I want to do for dinner. Do I want to do Indian food again? It's either going to be I order out some Indian food or I cook some chow mein tonight. I'm thinking about ordering out the Indian food. The main reason I'm like wondering is because if I was going to do the chow mein, I would need to start thawing it pretty soon. Yeah, I'll do Indian food. Just trying to think about like what we do because I want to play some Path of Exile 2 tonight. I was heavily on the fence of whether I just didn't even stream here today and just played Path of Exile. But that would have been a bit much. So yeah, let me go rinse this out. Yeah, I'm thinking I will order the Indian food. That sounds good. BRB. And yeah, earlier today I applied to Atlassian Teams with 3 talks. Hopefully they don't accept all 3 of them. And hold on, you had a tooth extracted. Ooh, which one? Like, yeah. I'm probably going to end up needing something like that here pretty soon. I'm not happy about it. Last molar on the left. Yeah, dude, I chipped off the 2, like, cuspids or corners or whatever of that, but that tooth is basically more metal than enamel. I chipped it, like, destroyed it by eating some popcorn, like, 2 years ago. And it's fine. It's kind of cool. Right? It's like Darth Vader, more machine than man now. Yeah, I messed up all my, like, adult teeth when I was young. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they wreck your teeth. Dude, yeah, I don't eat popcorn anymore. It's just not worth it. Which is a shame, because I love popcorn. I love popcorn. But yeah, I'll be going to the dentist at the start of the year. With the way deductibles work, it's worth it to, like, do it at the beginning of the year. That way you can pay off your entire deductible and then everything just kind of like, then most things are just free after that. Unless I'm misreading that. Am I misunderstanding how dental deductibles work? Ooh, Sergeant Pepper. No, the popcorn I was cooking was popcorn I cooked myself. What, Mr. Faberdev? Yeah, I used to get like the cheese powder and make my own like homemade like cheese popcorn. Not anymore. It was actually really bad. Like I bit into a kernel and then like kept chewing and was like, "Oh, that was like a really like crunchy kernel. Interesting." No, no, no. I was chewing up the corner of my tooth. It was gnarly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's bad. All right. So, oh, I see what you're saying. Like the kernels themselves were like higher quality. Yeah, no, that was probably it. I was using low quality kernels. Yeah. Mr. Bugatti, I would say yes. In the animal kingdom, animals typically die when they lose their teeth. Like it is such a major quality of life improvement that, like, quality of life metric that yes, no, you definitely want to get the implants at some point. All right, 1 second. All right, so we added these permissions checks to basically everything. I don't think the Apple thing is that good of an idea, but you know, you do you. Right? Wasn't there just a study today that found fructose increases the rate at which cancer grows or something? And fructose is what you find in fruits, right? So just no more fruits. Easy peasy. I'm kidding, by the way. Yeah. There was just another study that like confirmed it there, YouTuber. And I think I don't know if the studies have been about fructose. I think they were mainly about like just like refined sugar, which is glucose, right? I always used to make a joke though. Glucosamine's good for the knees, so might as well eat a bunch of sugar for the glucose because obviously they're related, right? No. I get it there, Bugatti. I'm just having fun. You mean it'll get me fucked up? But yeah, happy Friday there, Codeine. Oh, I didn't even add happy Friday to my title. I'm blowing it. Okay. So, permissions check was the big part. We added the permissions checks to all of the endpoints that matter. YouTuber says they don't trust anything that ends with OSE, so they're going to cut off their nose to spite their face. Bam! Haven't been able to use that in a conversation in a long time. Nailed it. All right, so hold on. What did I even have in my title? I know, right, YouTuber? No, I don't trust my nose anyway. Like, look at the size of this thing. It's definitely plotting against me. Right? Wasn't a big nose like considered regal at one point? That's why y'all watch, because I have that aristocratic air about me. I get it. I get it. No, this is not open source. And you may be wondering, well, if it's not open source, am I worried about developing it here on stream? And the answer is not really, right? Because anyone that would like copy and paste or like, use some vision tool or whatever to get my source code isn't capable of just building this thing themselves anyway, which means they'd never be capable of actually like adding to it or pivoting or doing anything with it. So I'm just not worried about that. All right. There's nothing like truly proprietary about what we're doing. You could log into my service, see what I'm doing, and then just rebuild it. So in that case, like, is there much of a moat? Not really. The moat is like building it in the first place. But the thing that I think makes it valuable is the fact that it has me behind it, right? Like, you can copy code, but you can't copy vision. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, YouTuber, imagine how difficult it would be to do that. Yeah, yeah. Like, man, anyone who's doing that doesn't have a prayer anyway. You know, like, I like how much time would they put into doing that rather than just building something of their own? So, yeah, that's the way I feel about it, at least. How are permissions tested? Um, that'll probably be something I end up doing at the integration test level. Exactly, talented, for sure. So as an example, let's go look at my dreadhooks.ts file. What we can see is that I'm currently logging in before every endpoint with the user that we've created. How I do this otherwise is actually going to be tougher, and I may even create some like specific endpoints just to spit out tokens for specific users, just for testing use cases. But the idea is that I could create another bit of logic that gets a token for another user that has permissions to a different endpoint. I could also generate an invalid token and a whole bunch of those things, and I can simply just code out the cases for testing specific endpoints. So what I'm getting at is I use this tool called Dread.js, and what it does is it takes in an OpenAPI YAML file, and it then runs actual integration tests against it, right? Actual HTTP requests for this thing that it finds from like looking at the OpenAPI YAML file. It wouldn't even be a mock user. It would be a user that I use only in test, right? So it would be a real user created within my database that I then test against those endpoints. Exactly. So here I'm looking for the 200, but for a 400, I am checking to make sure that this just is a bad request and it's going to fail validation. I could create another one that is the 401 that would be user doesn't have a token. I could create another one that's the 403 that is user doesn't have permission to modify the thing, and I would just use a different token for that user, right? So that's basically how I would end up testing it for this project specifically. I think, yes, there are ways that we could unit test that. I don't see a lot of value in that unit testing. In my opinion, the source of truth for my entire application is actually the OpenAPI YAML file, right? And it is that way for internal devs writing, front-end code against it, which is currently just me. But it's also the case for people trying to consume the API from an external standpoint if they are devs at some other software as a service trying to use my service. So all of that basically to say is I find way more value in testing the endpoints directly than I do in unit testing them, or, like doing, like someone said earlier, numbers if you're still out there. Sorry, like no worries if you're not. and again, I didn't mean to push back so hard. They mentioned that they wrote a SQL testing tool. And to test that SQL, they need to spin up a container that runs Postgres and does some of that. At that point, I would rather just spin up the entire service and test against that, because those SQL statements are going to get run anyway. You know? So I'd rather test like the outputs of an endpoint at like a higher level than testing somewhere in the middle like that. So I pretty much only end up doing the highest level from a certain perspective or the lowest level, and I try not to get too far in the middle. Now, keep in mind that end-to-end is a very subjective term. End-to-end in the context of the API is the OpenAPI YAML file. So yeah, an integration test or an end-to-end test for the API is really just making an HTTP request to it. But when you think about that, right, like the reason I called it an integration test is because the API doesn't do anything without consuming it somewhere else. So the true end-to-end test is maybe my dashboard that needs to make that request to the API that then gets the data and renders it out to a page, and then you can do something via a form. That is an end-to-end test for the entire application, not for just the API. So like end-to-end is a subjective term. Personally, I like the idea of trying to scope these things into their like individual like application levels. And because this could be hit via API keys, the API itself, right? If I was just a back-end dev, end-to-end would be, can I hit the API with a token and get a result back? So I'm okay with that. Like I like that being at like the top level for like a back-end API dev. For a front-end application dev, the end-to-end is, can it consume the API and render it out to the page? So coding, like, yes, there will be some kind of subscription or way that I monetize users of this application. That is the entire goal. It is a software as a service that I want other software as a service to use. They would be my users. Their users would be accounts within the system, right? So yeah, I'm like a layer of separation away from like the end user of their applications. They are my end user, right? Like the other businesses, right? The users for those businesses, but their users for their application is just an account within my system that I'm not actually that concerned with. How they manage that is totally up to them. From start to first customer? So Talented, the biggest thing is I'm building this for myself. I am building this so that I can consume it within my own projects. So I will probably be my first customer. I would happily talk to other people to do it, but I will be dogfooding this application into other applications. So in that regard, like, you know, however long it takes me to spin up something smaller. How long till I'm ready to run it in production? Oh, I don't know. And you say from start, like from when I first started it? I first started this 2 years ago. We've done a major pivot. Like since then. We've done a whole bunch of other stuff too. So I don't know. I think a better metric would be hours invested rather than like the date that it was started. And if I were to quantify hours invested, I would probably put it around 2,000. So basically like a full year of work. It's maybe less than that. I would say it's anywhere between 1,500 and 2,000. Considering I have a marketing site, a dashboard application, and the API. And we've done a major pivot in the middle of that. So this is very much against the case of like indie hackers launch something within a couple weeks and call it good. I don't typically launch anything like that. I would like to, but I just haven't. C17, thank you for that. I appreciate you. And yeah, how you doing, Standard, Mr. Sir? Let me double check and make sure I'm not leaving anyone else out. How are quotas quantified? What are quotas? So, Codeine, think about Vercel. Vercel has a quota for how much bandwidth you get for the tier that you're on, at which point they start charging you overage fees. That is a quota. On the opposite side of the spectrum, consider DigitalOcean, right? You spend $20 and you get $20 worth of credits within DigitalOcean, and whatever you spin up deducts from that balance. So that is the balance system, not a quota system. So they are somewhat separate, but they are kind of similarly related. What's up, JWEF? How you doing? Right, you're on a $7 per month droplet, but just recognize that you don't have to run it for that whole month. You could turn it off or technically delete it, and then you would only be billed for the amount of time that you used it. So yeah, that usage-based billing is also something I'm building. Yeah, it's whatever you want to call it. Yeah, for sure, Codeine. Yep. I don't want to be entirely prescriptive of what people use it for. Right? At some point, people are going to be able to think about use cases for it that I never thought of. Oh, yeah, sure, I'll join Soy Pete. Yeah, thanks, Codeine. Yeah, I don't know. I like building stuff, and at the end of the day, it's at least good stream content, right? The teleprompter makes it look like I am an AI person. Why? Because I look into your soul when I respond? So talented, yeah. When I said shutdown, I misspoke, and I corrected myself even saying if you remove or delete it. Like, if you go back and watch the VOD, you'll see that I actually corrected myself in the moment. That's fine. It's fine. No worries. There you go, JWEF. And no, this is whiskey and Coca-Cola. Coffee? Yeah. Yeah. Nah. Actually, I don't like coffee. I will drink a Frappuccino for medical reasons. But that's about it. Yeah, I don't drink coffee and I don't like it, actually. Irish whiskey? I've done. What do you call it when you put it in hot chocolate? I've done that before. That's delicious. No, it's not a mocha. No, I mean like literally hot chocolate, not hot chocolate and coffee. I mean whiskey in hot chocolate. Yeah, yeah. Hot chocolate and coffee is a ghetto mocha, and those are delicious as well. At least from people who've told me. Like I don't drink coffee. Technically, coffee messes with my digestive system in a way that's a little bit gross. I use it for that specific purpose sometimes. I have beautiful eyes? Do I? No, so it's not even the acidic nature of it there, Sergeant Pepper. I mean, like, it's kind of gross. I don't want to get too gross with y'all. But it makes my body do something that can actually be pretty beneficial if that thing hasn't happened for a few days. So I use it specifically for that medical use case. Like if I've been traveling for a couple days and I haven't had a chance to do the thing that kind of needs to happen sometimes, I will use coffee to reestablish a regular occurrence. I'm trying to be as less gross as possible. Just think about it for a second. People who drink coffee every day and who drink a lot of coffee often can't do it when they stop drinking coffee. Right? It becomes a crutch. I'm talking about pooping, okay? There you go, Array of Hope. I'm talking about pooping. Right? I don't know how else to say it. Right? Baby burden the toilet. That was so good. Oh, dude, talented. I think I'm gonna use that. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh, he's just a little hungry. No big deal, right? You gotta feed him. He's just a little hungry. Guy's starving. Oh, that was hilarious. Yeah, dude. Wow. Oh wow. That was good. Woo. All right, let me get more music going. Especially after that. Oh, space case. We were just talking about my medicinal use case for coffee. You've heard me talk about it before. You know how gross it is. But someone mentioned the phrase baby burden that toilet. And if you're not aware of how birds feed their baby birds, yeah, there you go. You get it now. Now you get it. So JWEF, Waltr actually comes from the name Walletr, right? Because it's about maintaining like a wallet, or at least that was like the original use case for it, right? Like the balance as a service aspect of it was purely about like maintaining like a wallet for the user. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper, yeah. Taking the Cosby kids to the pool. Declaring war on that porcelain. That's one I made up. I made up declaring war on porcelain. Yeah, I'm really proud of that one. And that's not just any old, like, session. That's like a war crime has been committed kind of session, for sure. Not every session is one of those. What font do I use in VS Code? JWEF, I use Dorama Sans. Right? Oh, yeah, come on, Sergeant Pepper. Like, everyone's a 4-year-old on the inside, right? And that's like your inner child. Anyone who thinks they're too mature for a good old poop joke, I don't know if we'll ever get along. I'm sorry. I just don't think so. 45 minutes. I think the better one is Ace Ventura when he comes out of the bathroom after the shark. Do not go in there. Woo! I think that might be my favorite one. I know you're referencing Friday. I think Ace Ventura did it better. So yeah, hold on. I just got the link for you. Let me copy and paste it there. Dorama Sans. Sans the drama. It's easy living, smooth sailing. Right? How's your code gonna flow if your font doesn't flow? Do you see any hard edges on the font? Hell no, it's all just smooth sailing. Hold on. Where's a good example of it? Right? Have you ever seen a smoother, thick arrow in your life? Nope. Never happened. Damn right. Yeah, it's the font singularity. Okay, so let's really think about what we need to do here. We added all of the permissions checks. According to the today command, we should probably go through the get all endpoints and actually make them work and support the output that we would be expecting. And hey, what's up, Array of Hope, over on the YouTube as well. Thank you for chilling over there. I really do appreciate that. I'm trying to hit partner on YouTube, and because I haven't released a proper video for a long time, I'm at the cusp of the 4,000 watch hours. Like, I'm at the cusp. Yeah, thank you. I do plan on making more, like, video content. It's just, I do video content for my job at work, so it's a little tougher to, like, force myself to do it other times for my own stuff. I didn't actually predict that it would be a little tougher. Partner is like, yeah, I get income from ads. Right now I'm at like the lower level of partner where like you guys could like pay to subscribe to my YouTube content. Like, don't do that. There's no benefit. But yeah, I don't get any ad revenue. And honestly, like ad revenue isn't that much on YouTube. Like it's really, really not that much. I don't know a single YouTuber that could make a living off their ads. Like, even the Primogen can't make a living off his ads. Right? He makes a living off Twitch, like, streaming because he gets subscriptions and, like, bits and that kind of thing. But, like, realistically, he makes even more money off of sponsorships. And that's really how, like, most bigger streamers end up doing it anyway. So over on YouTube, yes, I would need to start leveraging corporate sponsorship for various things, but I need to like get my viewership numbers way up. What type of pagination am I using? So basically with DynamoDB, you don't have the concept of pages, so you have to use like a cursor no matter what. So it's cursor-based pagination. Yeah, merch sales and sponsorships is really the only way to do it. It like ad revenue is just a little bit like nicer. Like it's just something, which is nice. But yeah, you're not going to like retire based on ad revenue. At some point, every little bit counts. Like here on Twitch, I make like $50 a month from ad revenue. And I make, right now, not that much. It's probably anywhere between like 300 to 500 from subscriptions and bits. Back during COVID, I was making easily like $1,000 a month, which was quite nice. Yeah, my subscriber numbers are like some of the lowest they've kind of ever been. Like, it is what it is. The economy, right? But a free $500 a month is awesome. Yeah, like during COVID, I was easily making 1,000 a month. Sometimes it would go even higher. Oh, Isaac. No, we got someone else that's at like 260. 265 right now. So yeah, Isaac, I stream a lot. I think we're trying to be at least one of the first streams that has 365. Like, that is at least the goal of Chaotic. They want to hit 365, and I'm not going to stand in their way. Yeah, Space Case is shooting for 365 as well. So we got time. It'll be a few months. I'm not certain, but I think we might be ahead of... Thor at this point. I announce when I go live, and the times that I stream are actually like really nice for their schedules. And you only have to show up for a little bit of time. Yeah, and I'm very consistent with my times. I've been a little bit later this week. I've started at like 2 o'clock when normally I try and start at like 1 o'clock, like my time. Oh, it's fine. Like Isaac, don't judge yourself for it. Like, nah, it's not a big deal. It is really cool. I'd love to have probably like the first 365 here in like the software and game dev category. That would be really cool. Yeah, I often take Wednesdays and Sundays as like a day off. Even then, I'll often see Space Case over on my gaming stream when I'm over like just co-working on those streams. Yeah, exactly, Array of Hope. Yeah, they want to hit the 365 to have like a year like worth of like watching me in a row, which would be cool. Hold on. Let me show this real quick. I haven't looked at this number for a little bit. I'm curious what the number is. Right? Like, give me a second. And hold on. JWEF, content creation seems cool, especially for the brand deals. Thinking about starting one for 3D printing. Yeah, I'd say go for it. I think it'd be cool. But yeah, if I go to creator dashboard here and we look at, I don't think it's analytics, it's achievements. If we look at achievements here, 660,000 watch hours. Pretty much 661. That is hours. Let's divide that by 24. And then divide that by 365. People have collectively watched me for 75 years in the 6 years I've been streaming. I'm really proud of that number. Yeah. I'm really proud of that number. Probably way more they're talented. Way more. Yeah, 75 years of watch hours on my stream. Now, keep in mind, YouTubers actually massively destroy that number. I'm pretty sure Theo hits like 1 million watch hours per month over on YouTube, but he hasn't even come close over here on Twitch, even though he gets 500 watchers, because he only streams once a week. Now, he's actually shown me the numbers before. I'm pretty sure he's getting like a, I don't know the exact number. He gets a shitload of watch hours per month. It's been a long time since he showed it, so I don't remember. But still, it's really cool. Like, I don't know, man. Thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it. Oh, and what site did you link, Array of Hope? Oh, the stream charts. Yeah, hold on. Let me look. Yeah, so I've looked at this site before. Kind of curious about rankings. Yeah, as far as like overall Twitch ranking, not that high. Right? They want to get some money out of us to see where we sit for software and game dev. But if we look at what's the one site? Social Blade. No, no, that's fine. Oh, Jesus. Let's see. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong site. Maybe it's not Social Blade. Shit, now I'm forgetting which site that was. I don't think it's Sully Gnome. Oh, hold on. No, there was some other site that showed like the category rankings. No, I could have sworn it was Social Blade. Oh, Twitch Tracker? It could be Twitch Tracker. This does look right. Yeah, okay, so then if we look at science and technology, nope, that's not the right one. Hold on. I could have sworn it was Social Blade. Maybe I just missed it. Nope, not YouTube. God damn it. The layout shift is so annoying. Nah, so it's not this one either. God, there was some other site that had like the category ranking. Twitch Tracker. I think it is Twitch Tracker, actually. Damn, Algo's killing it. But yeah, no, this isn't like the view I was thinking of. But damn, good work, Algo. Is this streams going right now? This is streams going right now. That's it. Okay, so that's not even it. Nah, there was one that had like the No, Non kills it. Yeah, she's great. Nah, there was like a ranking of like, yeah, I could have sworn it was Social Blade, but maybe they killed that page, or maybe I just missed it. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I lost it. Whatever. It's fine. It's not that important. All right, so what we wanted to do next was the get all endpoints. All right, so we closed up a bunch of these things that we didn't fully need yet. I don't think middleware is even necessary anymore. Request and response types. I think there's a bunch of those that we're missing still too. But we'll do something else first. So if we look at the get all endpoints here, this is not what I'm looking for. Meanwhile, if we look at transactions, we're actually going to see what I'm looking for. So let's open this up and let's open up the other get all. Basically, for this one get all endpoint, we are doing a bunch of our like pagination logic. And like Space Case asked just a little bit earlier, yeah, we have to do it based upon the like a cursor for the last item we looked at. So it's almost like the same pagination logic you would have if you were doing infinite scroll. Yeah, welcome back, Space Case. So yeah, basically we are doing the same logic that you would have to do for infinite scroll because you don't have the same idea of pages based upon just like page 1, page 2, page 3. It's the most recent things since this cursor, right? And that cursor would be either empty and you get just the 20 most recent, or you get the last one we saw on page 1, and then page 2 is just the 20 recent ones like that come before that. So it's very similar to infinite scroll pagination logic. And if you've never done your own like implementation of infinite scroll, it's actually really fun because it makes you like rethink how pagination works. Now keep in mind, you can actually do infinite scroll with like standard, like old school pagination logic. But for something like Reddit, that would never work. Like you have to use just like the cursor approach. And for anything consuming DynamoDB, you have to do the cursor approach. So yeah, when we look at it, we have all of these parameters we want to search by coming from the query string of how we like search this stuff. I actually think the sort key here is going to be wrong. Like, I think we've broken a bunch of this. But I'm not going to really know until we start getting it back to the front end and make sure like how I'm doing that query logic from there. Oh, you know what I just realized? Man, we haven't seen, and I'm going to forget his name, the dude from Cockroach DB. We haven't seen him stream in ages. I wonder if he even still works there. And the only reason I say that is I noticed that First Crimson is streaming his game stuff. And I always kind of felt like First Crimson and the dude from Cockroach DB kind of look similar. Oh man, that Indiana Jones game came out today. Ooh, that one looks fun too. All right, let's do another beverage. And yeah, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to copy a lot of this logic and then just adapt it for the other get all endpoint. We're also going to need to fill in a bunch of like the stats endpoints too. YouTuber, you're saying it has a fever dream version of Harrison Ford? Wait, so like it doesn't quite look like him? I wonder if he's one of those people that like signed away his rights to allow people to do AI of him. I don't know if you know that, but Bruce Willis has signed away those rights. So we're probably going to see Bruce Willis in a shitload of like video games due to like AI bullshit. Because he has already signed away his rights to like let AI versions of him exist in film as well. No, it makes sense, YouTuber. Oh, they mentioned a rights issue? Oh, that's even more interesting. The speculation was that they couldn't afford the rights, so had to come up with a Dollar General version of the character. So wait, like, hold on. I'm really curious about this. Like, to me, it looked just like him. Right? Like, they're using him on the cover. Are you saying that doesn't look like Harrison Ford? That's Harrison Ford to me. Yeah. Yeah, it even has the scar, right? Like, yeah. Like, if they wanted to avoid it, they wouldn't have the scar. And then it's like, well, it's obviously not you because it doesn't have the scar, right? Right? They'd change his eye color. Why not? No, I think like modeling a real world person is always going to have that like uncanny valley to it. I think this is like so close that it actually hits uncanny valley and feels less accurate. Right? Like consider any major actor who's been featured in a game. Do they actually look that close to the person in real life? Nah. Right? Deborah Wilson from like Mad TV, etc. The character she has in like the Star Wars game, right? Jedi Survivor. You can recognize that it's supposed to be her, but it's not her, right? Because yeah, it's really hard to make that stuff so good in a real-time game that it's indistinguishable. You can do it in a movie because you have as much time in the world as you need to render like frame by frame. In a game, now you gotta approximate. I can't think of a single character from a video game that looked exactly like the person they were trying to portray. But yeah, if we look at this image, yeah, that one's tough. That one's way worse than the other one we looked at least. That one looks the least like him so far, right? Yeah, I've been tempted to try and just like try my hand at a VTuber persona. Right? Change up my voice, make it like super deep, right? Barry White style. That'd be good. My darling guy. Right? Like, dude, totally. That'd be great. Can't get enough of your love, babe. Right? Like, yeah, man, that'd be great. Do the Thor thing, basically. Right? Like, pitch shift my voice enough to where, like, it sounds close, but man, with the EQ he's got going, his voice doesn't sound like that in real life. Like, it doesn't. You can watch, right, like the streamer awards from last year. Does his voice sound exactly like it sounds on his stream? Hell no. He is EQing the fuck out of it on his stream. I find it funny, personally, that is like all his haters can latch onto. Right? Like his haters, the biggest thing they call out is the fact that it's not his real voice, which is just funny. Like that's all you got? Damn, he's killing it. He's killing it. The fact that his haters can only call out the fact that his voice doesn't actually sound like that. Like I'm even repeating it, so I'm not a hater. I'm a realist. I don't know what's the difference at this point. No, I like Thor. I think I think he makes great content, right? The man with the voice changer. Yeah, exactly. Like, I didn't even remember that that was something Prime said, but yeah, Thor is EQing the fuck out of his voice. Which is fine, because, like, yeah, that's the experience on his stream. That's the stream that he's cultivating. It's no different than a VTuber. He's just portraying a persona. That persona has a really deep radio style voice. That's totally fine. I just realized it seems like I'm talking shit. No, I'm just pointing it out. That's all. I EQ my voice a bit. Hold on. Yeah. You know? Let me look at it, right? Right? So here's me talking just normal, like no big deal. Here's me with the EQ off, right? It's definitely doing a little bit. I'm boosting the low by 5 decibels. Right? Can you actually tell the difference? Here's me turning it back on. Like, this is just me chatting, like chilling. You can probably tell a little bit of a difference, but, you know, everybody adds EQ. Hold on. Wait, I should create. Hold on. Let me do this real quick.
All right. So, how does this sound? Did I go full Thor with it? Did it change my voice at all? What do y'all think? It's pretty different. Okay, so it's working. No, I don't hear my own voice at all, so I have no idea what you guys are hearing. My darling, I can't get enough of your love, babe.
Right? So there we go. That was my Barry White. Yeah, it's an entire octave lower. That was the intention, for sure. And this is the sound that you would hear if you were to kick me in the nuts real quick. Pretty good, right? No big deal. Easy. If it turned on, if it actually worked, I don't know. But yeah, could you hear a big difference between like the equalizer being on and off? I'm just curious about that. No. So I'm not saying like the super deep and the super high voices. I mean like if I'm just like turning the voice on and off here, right? Turning it on, hey, here, this is me talking. Turning it off, hey, this is me talking. Just saying words, you know? CM Thoring, oh shit. Are you trying to get me canceled? All right, now I gotta hear it. Hold on. Now I got to hear it. I haven't heard it before. Damn. Oh, yeah, yeah. I could totally do the fucking VTuber thing at this point, right? I just throw that, like, that pitch changer on it and we'd be good to go. CM Thor. No big deal. It's definitely like the voice from old school, like, dude, huh, that's awesome. You got a fucking dart in your neck. Or whatever, right? Like, hold on, wait.
Oh man, that's awesome, dude. You got a fucking dart in your neck.
There we go, nailed it. That's science. No big deal. Anyway, let's get back to coding. Yay, it's a Friday night. Come on. We're chilling. All right, so hold up. What movie was that? That was from the movie Old School. Yeah. Sean William Scott plays like the guy that handles like the animals or whatever, like the snakes or something. And he's got a dart gun. And Will Ferrell accidentally like shoots himself in the neck. That's awesome, dude. You got a fucking dart in your neck. You know, like it goes like real quick. Like, yeah, it's good. I really like that movie, by the way. I really like that movie. I will point out though, I don't like the whole cheese. I didn't stand in a fucking hacky sack circle at government camp during the summer snowboarding wise. And all of a sudden, right, because I was outside the circle, someone's like, oh, the cheese stands alone. And then they started doing like, cheese. Didn't we stuff you in a dumpster once? Yeah, I got out. Ooh, damn. Anyone here in the Seattle area? I just want to point out Anthropic is hiring. And let me get more music going. And I know we're taking our sweet ass time. We just chilling. Just, you know, chill. We're just a couple of chill people chilling. No big deal. Honestly, this one seems amazing. Right? API experience seems good. The employee acceleration tools, though? Oh my god. This is my dream job, actually. Just rapidly prototype and build internal tools for a variety of functions. Develop custom internal tools and integrations where needed for complex, like, workflows. Consult with different teams to deeply understand their workflows and identify opportunities for automation. Like, holy shit, dude. This is kind of my dream job. This is kind of my dream job. And holy shit, like, look at that salary. If you're here in the Seattle area, right, they're saying, like, yeah, remote acceptable. But it's a Seattle-based team. If I was getting $300K a year, right? 300 to 400K is actually the number I would require to stream less. I mean, keep in mind, remote friendly. You know, they will give preferential treatment to someone in Seattle. But if you are remote and you're willing to at least like travel like once a quarter, maybe once a month, dude. I'd say send in your resume anyway. What is my education background? I have a 2-year degree from a community college, and that's it. I was a C student in high school. C's get degrees, though. Just saying. But yeah, because I was a bad high school student, because I just didn't give a shit because it's high school, who cares? I became a snowboard bum directly out of high school for 10 years. And I got pretty damn good at it. Right? We'll watch my sponsor me video again. Just cuz, why not? So yeah, this is how I train myself to not give a shit about people judging me during a presentation or something. Because I have fallen in front of some of my like heroes snowboarding wise. Who gives a shit? I've fallen in front of crowds of hundreds on a snowboard. So much so that I'm pretty sure I heard them collectively go, ooh. You know, like, yeah. So I think it's fine. Like, man, giving a presentation in front of a bunch of people, like a couple hundred, could never hurt nearly as much as falling in front of a bunch of people. Now, if I fall on my way to the stage at a tech conference, well, yeah, no, that would suck. That would be like the worst. And yeah, I still snowboard. I did that line in front of Corey Smith. I did that trick in front of Jonah Owen. If you're trying to make it as a snowboarder, you need to be at Mount Hood during the summer. I'm just going to say that right now. Like, there's no way. Like, no, you can definitely make it without doing so, but it's so much easier if you do it. The trio, like all three of us falling on that jump, I don't think any of us landed that shit. Yeah, exactly, a ray of hope. Yeah, no worries, Tobbs. Like, you can say what age you were. I was 22, maybe 23. in 2006? I think 22. It had been my 4th summer at Mount Hood. Damn, Tobbs, you sweet summer child. Oh my god. You sweet summer child. Damn, dude, the salaries at Anthropic are insane. Y'all, if I start streaming less, you'll know I got the job. Like, this is the only job I would consider cutting down on my stream time for. I'm not saying I will, but I'm also not saying I won't. The minimum would double my salary, basically. Not exactly, but close enough. Yeah, dude. Like, that's insane. In the offices 25% of the time. So that's what, 1 day a week? Oh, that guy Claude. Yeah, I heard he's really cool, man. That guy Claude, man, he really helps me out. Like, he helps me build a bunch of like mermaid diagrams and all that stuff. Yeah, that guy Claude's really cool. Never met him in person, but like, I think it's fine. Yeah, Claude's a dude. I will say this, if you apply for the job and you end up getting it, make sure that they know I told you about it at the very least. That's got to help me out a little bit, right? Yeah, I would move directly into Seattle. I would stream less per week. That salary would set me the fuck up. That said, I really like where I'm at right now. I really like where I'm at now. So, like, there wouldn't be a single job that would be as, like, open-ended. I don't want to phrase it any other way, but man, I really like where I'm at right now. It is just, it's so nice. It's so, like, results-driven. I've worked in a job that requires you to be a butt-in seat from 9 to 5. Those jobs fucking suck. Like, dude, and that one wasn't even paying much. I know, right, Array of Hope? Like, holy shitballs, dude. You could just work there for a couple years and be set. Yeah, dude, like, it's insane. No. Like, dude, if you work at Netflix, you're basically getting that guaranteed as well. Like, there are definitely companies out there that is like the base, and you're set. I never worked at one of them jobs though. 300K as a base salary is really fucking good. Like, even at, like, if you ever want to consider numbers, look at levels.fyi. This is the way to actually compare and contrast any of those numbers. Yeah, no way in hell you're getting that in Europe, for sure. So as far as companies go, right? Expedia? Ugh, no. Let's do Netflix, because Netflix is actually one of the highest base salaries that you'll ever find. A base salary at Netflix is $215 plus stock and bonus, which is large. And L3 is like the lowest level you'll ever get hired at Netflix. If you get senior level at Netflix, you're getting $500K base salary. Dude, I could work this job for 2 years and never work again. You know, like, holy shit balls, dude. Yeah. Meanwhile, you look at somewhere like Microsoft. Your base is going to be 122 and then stock options at like the baseline. So compare like SDE1 versus L3 at Netflix. And yeah, Netflix basically doubles that money. So it's really about the company, right? SDE1 at Amazon, 133. So like, not crazy. But you get to like L6 at Amazon. Well, here's the thing. Like, your stock is going to be the majority of your like salary, like of your compensation. You're not going to get above 200K at Amazon until you're like way the fuck up there, right? 257 for a principal software engineer, right? If you get to distinguished, well then, yeah, that part's trickier. But if you go just like senior principal, you're still only at 266. And then the stock that you get is actually like way more of your compensation. Meanwhile, Netflix and Anthropic, no, they bump you up based upon like base salary because they're not going to be giving you like stock options that are that crazy. Like, Netflix definitely does have stock options, but that's not like their biggest compensation lever, right? But also, Netflix doesn't hire juniors. Right? If we consider Amazon, we can probably bet that Melky is sitting right here. At 170, dude, I've had that salary at like startups before. That's fine. But his stock options are pretty gnarly. But that means that he has to stick it out for those stock options to vest. And that's how they get you. Meanwhile, Anthropic and Netflix, it's just salary. That's just cash in your pocket. I know. Imagine making $1 million a year. Now, keep in mind that $1 million a year is contingent upon you being there long enough for that stock to vest. There have been plenty of horror stories where they just cut you before that vesting cliff. That shit definitely happens, right? So don't consider stock to be worth anything until you've been at a company for, I believe, 4 years at some of these bigger companies. That said, if you're getting 600K worth of stock per year and it vests at 4 years, you're kind of set for life after 4 or 5 years of working there. I've never worked at those companies. I have no idea. I've worked at a company that gave me stock options, but that stock wasn't worth shit. Yeah, worthless. Just garbage stock. Right? Company couldn't even secure another round of funding. Like, nah, no way. Garbage stock. But anyway, let me go pee. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. I'm sorry. And then, yeah, let's keep going on these get all in. Hold up. As I was using the restroom, there are probably people out there that are going to think I'm, like, naysaying the salary I got right now. No. I fucking love the company I'm at. The way that as long as I get my shit done, that's all that matters. And the fact that when I was a snowboard bum, when you saw me in that, like, sponsor me video that I played you, I was making 12 grand a year. I absolutely had like an end of year like tax thing in which $12,000 was all I made in the entire year. I'm not kidding whatsoever. I actually look at that as a nice thing because it reminds me of how cheap it is to truly live. Right? Inflation kicks in and then maybe it was like 20 grand a year. Right? With like today's numbers. Maybe 25. So just recognize a human being can survive and be happy on very little. Best time of my life was being a snowboard bum. Oh yeah, this hoodie's amazing. Oh, this hoodie's so good, Tobbs. Yeah, yeah. So warm. And I believe it's limited edition. I don't think you can even buy this thing, man. Right? Like, so nice. And it's like subtle. It's like, you know, the white on the tie-dye white. Yeah, super good. Oh, and hold on. Yeah, so Array of Hope. Makes you crazy for someone without a degree. Any tips for getting a job like this? Or would they have to consider doing a degree, maybe? I think the best jobs out there care more about your resume and your ability in the interview. That said, sometimes having that like piece of paper saying that you're qualified, right, which is the degree, is the thing that gets you the interview in the first place. So I'm not going to say degrees are worthless. I'm saying if you have a resume that speaks for itself, your degree is less meaningful. So yeah, as Sergeant Pepper says, you don't necessarily need it, but to get past HR, that little like checkbox of has a degree is sometimes the thing that gets you past HR to even get you the interview in the first place. And then it's about just nailing it in the interview. And that is very tough. That is a hard thing to do. Anyway, let's keep going. So the big thing that we're trying to build out right now so junior PHP roles, like junior roles in general, that's where you benefit the most from the checkbox of has a degree. In so many cases, at the beginning of your career is when you need the most luck and someone giving you a chance. If we consider me as a developer advocate, this is the beginning of my career as a developer advocate, and it took someone taking a chance on me. Right? And I got to meet our recruiter. She's great. She was super cool. I got to meet her at the Austin thing because I guess she's down in that area. And I made sure I just said thank you for giving me a chance because it's my first like proper role as a developer advocate. I feel like I've been doing it as a hobby for years, but no company wanted to give me a chance. Right? Solana didn't want to give me a chance. AuthZ didn't want to give me a chance. There are like even more companies that I feel like I did okay in the interview, but because I didn't have the checkbox of has worked as a developer advocate before, they didn't want to give me a chance. GitKraken did. And yeah, they get a massive amount of loyalty because of that. It's why I stuck it out so long at the first dev company I worked for as well. They gave me a chance. And I stuck it out longer there than I should have. But they deserved it. Shout out to Fresh Consulting. Yeah, if you're here in like the Seattle area and you haven't worked at another company before, I would say this is a company worth checking out. Oh, damn. This dude's got the Elon Musk body. He's got to be a senior engineer for sure. Yeah, so looks like mainly they're looking for hardware people. That's a little tougher. Wait, Sunnyvale? I didn't know they had a Sunnyvale office. Sunnyvale, that's what, California, right? I wasn't even aware they had a Sunnyvale office. Huh. So yeah, they're currently not hiring any roles that I think most of my audience would be into. So yeah, there is that. But I will still stand by the fact that this company gave me a chance when no other company gave me a chance. And that's all I'll say about it. Like, don't want to drag them through the mud about various things. At the end of the day, they had some really, really cool aspects of working there. And some of the people I worked with are still some of my favorite people I've worked with. What was their base pay? Well, keep in mind, I got hired like fresh out of like getting my degree and then freelancing for a bit. They are an agency that makes their money off of the difference between your salary and what they can bill a client at. So because of that, it's not going to be the highest base pay. If you're a senior engineer, I don't think it's what you're looking for. But if you're like junior to mid, it's probably worthwhile. Now, keep in mind, they're not hiring software engineers right now. I still stand by the fact that the CEO, he's a dude. The CTO, he's a dude. Right? If they drank, I'd happily go get a beer with them right now. I'll put it that way. They don't drink, so that won't happen. But if they wanted to hang out and chat, I would make time because they are cool people. They are good dudes. Some of my favorite projects were because I think the CTO just liked me. Dude, I got to build out some shit while basically waiting for client work to happen. But man, I got to build out a thing to identify duplicate images within like a database of like 30,000 images for a major jewelry retailer. I can't name the company, but I got to actually build out this thing that detected duplicate images before AI was the thing. I had to use perceptual diffs and identifying the fact that the cropping would be different and then do some crop magic. And dude, I was able to help remove 15 or maybe 12,000 duplicate images and use the higher res version and optimize the storage for a large, very large, jewelry company because they were a client. It was really fucking cool. And I only got that because the CTO liked me. And he thought about well, who on the team could do this? Chris can do this. Yeah, that was fun. I'm really proud of that. That same CTO, during my initial interview, keep in mind that it was a contract to hire, so the initial interview could be softer because I had a week to prove myself as a contract to hire for one specific project that had a tight deadline. During the interview, the CTO asked me one question, and it was, if I wanted to grab all the users of a WordPress site with a SQL query, what would that query look like? And my response was very simple. It was, well, number one, you didn't say what fields you wanted. So I would write select star from WP_users. Boom. Right there. With that one question, he was able to suss out that I was able to maybe like recognize that the question was a little too vague and I should probably be optimizing the query better. But based upon what he gave me, I said select star. And then from there, I knew what the tables inside of a WordPress database look like, already separating me from 90% of all WordPress devs. And I'm able to write a SQL statement. Oh my God, that's already setting me away from like 99% of WordPress devs. Like, he was able to ask one question that just nailed it. Like, I really respect that CTO. Like, he knew his shit so well that all he had to ask was one question to know if I was a bullshit artist or not. That's fucking brilliant, man. Like, that is so fucking smart. Hold on. Space Case has a thing he tagged me on over in the Discord. Let me look at this. Ah, yeah, that's a good image. That's a good image. I'll take it. Damn, my mustache is actually looking okay right now, isn't it? I just trimmed it up the other day. I might let it stick around for a bit. Shit. Why not? I might let it stick around for a bit. That was the end of the album. Let me get another one going. I almost want to listen to some, like, Wolfpack or something. See, it's not that nice of a mustache. It's actually kind of bad. It's taken me 4 months to get to this point. And even then, it's just not great. Four years? Yeah, right? Dude. Now, if it took 4 years to grow a mustache, hell no. So this thing, Kenny, like, no, you gotta, like, trim it. I just trimmed it yesterday. It was getting wild. Like, it was getting in my soup and everything. Like, ugh. Ugh. Right? Like, I'd take a sip of my drink and it'd be just in the mustache. Ugh. All right, we're skipping that song. Here we go. This one's good. Okay, so yeah, let's go grab all of this logic. And yeah, am I dragging my feet? I'm dragging my feet for sure. Shit, I messed up. Hold on. Oh, hold on. My try catch. Yeah, no, I done fucked that one up. Yeah, that try should be way higher up. There we go. All right, so we're going to grab all of that boilerplate right there. Okay, so we actually make this endpoint kind of work. All right, and hold on before I get too much deeper. I'm going to want to make sure that we align that, but this is DoorDash time. I'm going to get me some Indian food because I don't feel like cooking tonight and I didn't thaw any pork. All right, so I'm ordering that Indian food. Damn right. Ordering that Indian food. They're saying it'll be here by about 7 p.m. Yeah. Sounds about right. So that basically means, like, we got at least an hour. I'm going to say, yeah, if I get, like, the priority delivery, they end up being, like, a good 20 minutes ahead of schedule. So, yeah, we got, like, a half hour left, we'll say. And, yeah, I'll be playing some, I wanted to say Pillars of Eternity, Path of Exile tonight. Hopefully. PoE2. The fact that there are two PoE2s and I play both of them, that's the tough part. But yeah, I'm going to play some Path of Exile tonight, and I think it'll be fun. Ooh, but we got to do this. And yeah, the keys that we're querying by, I'm not sure those are accurate anymore. I'm actually not sure all of this is necessary, right? Like the start key payment, right? Like we know what account ID we're dealing with because it's in the URL. And we only see start key payment there. So I guess here's the thing. If a user passes us an invalid ID, all right, we're already doing the get account thing. And we're querying by the account being related to the balance and the business. I don't think we end up needing that request. I really don't think we need that. Yeah, nah, we don't. We definitely don't. I don't know, Nick. Am I alive? I don't know, Nick. You trolling? All right, so Heinen, hold on. Let me see what you're saying. Besides the troll over on the YouTube. Oh, Heinen. Yeah, no, that's the problem with Twitch like software dev during December. Everyone's doing Advent of Code, and I don't like it. Nah, I'm just not a fan. Right? I want to get shit done. You know. Don't be a dick about it. We kind of get stuff done here on stream. At least a little bit. All right, had to make sure. Like, I know Alt F4 stream has streamed recently, but I haven't seen him over in my list. I'm the man. I'll take it, but also is that like School of Rock, like hey principal, blah blah blah, you're the man. Is that you trying to talk some shit without me knowing it, right? Because damn the man. What's up, Dylan? Git project manager? Like you're saying you have to do a bunch of like project management bullshit? Oh, you're saying, oh, the GitHub like project tab. Like, oh man, yeah, nah. That's fine. Like, yeah. Ignore that. No, I get what you're saying. Sorry, my bad. It took me a second. Yeah, I would say that their project management tool could be better. Right? So if that's like the comment you're making, I get it. Nah, there's like a lot that could be way better about it. We're actually just on this screen because shit, I'm trying to deal with the fact that I think there's something I'm messing up over here. Hold on, let's do this. There's a Wolfpack concert that I really like. Ann Arbor, Michigan. Does my hoodie say Alt F4? Yes, this is an Alt F4 hoodie, right? Alt F4 stream here on Twitch. Glasses himself handed me this hoodie. Right? From the man himself. So, Dylan Hubble, what am I building? Oh, no, I leak ENV keys all the time, man, but I invalidate them just as quick. So, I'm good. Deal with it. But yeah, real quick, the thing I'm building is Waltr. Imagine you're building a software as a service and you have quotas and balances you want to manage, right? A quota would be, maybe you are Vercel and you want to manage how much bandwidth someone uses from your SSR and other BS, right? Or imagine you are DigitalOcean and you want to track a balance. So someone tops up with $20 and then you deduct from that balance based upon usage. I'm building a software as a service so that you don't have to build out those systems for your own software as a service. Does that explain it? Did I get you there? You would be consuming my product from the API level, but I would also have a dashboard where you can inspect things and look at people's usage and get graphs and all that BS. Both. API and UI. You would need you'd need a UI for the visualization of requests over time and all that bullshit and management of it. But your application would tie in at the API level. If you're building a software as a service, you're not going to want to manage that via point and click ops, right? You're going to want to manage that via an API. So I have an API that you would consume, and I also have a dashboard that you would also log into to visualize things so you don't have to build those visualizations yourself. Yeah, thank you. No, and I get it, right? Dylan, here's the biggest thing. You might have startups that you've made and small projects that wrap ChatGPT or whatever, right? You got a bunch of those. Anytime you have spent building a quota system or a balance system, it's time that you're not actually building your product. And that is the entire goal of software as a service, to let you consume that and not worry about the uptime or the BS of it and just build out your own product instead. That's why Auth as a service exists. That's why Clerk is a heavily invested company that's gotten millions of dollars worth of investment. At the end of the day, there are things that you need to do that you don't want to do yourself because it gets in the way of actually delivering value to your customers. I mean, I do have a link. It's just getwaltr.com, Waltr being WALTR. But keep in mind that what you're going to see on that website is not the full thing. Because I have done a bit of a pivot to handle more than what the website shows right now. So currently it's at getwaltr.com. But we are in the middle of a pivot. And that pivot is handling quotas as well as balances. The original version of Waltr was balance focused entirely and a single balance for your entire company. While instead now the pivot that we're making is you can have multiple balances, because think about League of Legends, you've got blue crystals and red crystals. Those are balances that you want to deal with. Right? Managing those two balances yourself is effort. So yes, I want to be able to handle the League of Legends problem. I want to be able to handle pretty much every software as a service quota and balance management problem. So I'm pivoting to be able to do so, and yeah, we're in the middle of that pivot. You drop the response from Stripe. Now you're still going to have to handle Stripe's like response to your webhook, and then you send me a request once you've like validated that, etc. And that tops up the balance, right? So that's the main idea, Dylan. I'm not trying to actually be a middleman to Stripe anymore. That was something that I thought I might want to do with the initial MVP I built out. And at this point, no, I'm removing basically every reference to Stripe and PayPal and all that, because I don't care what you're using for your payment structure. I don't give a shit. As long as you are taking in that request and letting me know to top up someone's balance, then I'm good to go. And the key is, that is data infrastructure that you don't have to host, you don't have to like deal with the uptime of, and all that stuff. And I think there is value to that. I know there is more value to being a Stripe middleman. I don't think that's what my MVP is about, though. So my app could grow into being that middleman. Do you have to define users in my front end? You can define users from your back end to my back end, because there's an API for that. So when a new user signs up, you just send me a request for it. Yeah. There you go, Dylan. I am building out an API where you just take the API key and you wire that up to your back end. And that's kind of what we're in the middle of. We are like rebuilding a bunch of our back-end endpoints to handle a bunch of that stuff. Like right now, our get all endpoints are mainly from my own dashboard, so that you can like search and filter and, you know, like find specific users or specific requests or all that stuff, right? That's the part that we are specifically in the middle of right now. Building out these get all endpoints that require having pagination and filtering and sorting like embedded in. Whereas like some of the other endpoints don't give a shit. Like, you know, it's just a simple like fetch. The goal is you would use my dashboard, and then if you're a big enough company, you would probably build out your own dashboard. But you would still have APIs that you hit for me. We're not doing GraphQL. It's purely JSON right now, purely like REST. At some point, I could do GraphQL, but I consider GraphQL to be something that you do later. You need still like a canonical REST API, and then a GraphQL API is basically like a backend for front end kind of API. I don't think a GraphQL API should be considered a canonical API. A GraphQL API is an aggregator of other APIs. Even if the GraphQL API is only aggregating a single API, it's still an aggregator at that point. So yeah, thank you, Dylan. I hope to launch this here eventually in a way that you could use it. I'm looking at least a month before it's something that you could actually use and sign up for, because of the pivot that I'm doing at the moment. But I'm building this out because basically a bunch of the things I want to build would also need this, and I don't want to have to keep rebuilding quota management and balance management into every single product I make. I'd rather consume my own service and dog food it, and then have a service that I could sell to other people too. But even if no one else ever uses it, I'm still dog fooding it myself. So in that regard, I am doing my own product market fit at that point. Yeah, no worries, Dylan. I'm curious about your product and if you would like to eventually chat with me about it, right? Like, I'd love to understand your use case and if I'm actually like checking the boxes of things you need, but I still need to build it out in a way that we could even have that conversation. So I don't think I'm there yet. I still need to solve my own use case first. But yeah, in a month or two, I'll be at the point where I need to like schedule actual like client calls to understand if I'm actually checking the boxes they need. I'll point out, I chatted a little bit about this with Theo even, right? Because we hung out and chatted a bunch at React Summit. He didn't think this was a thing that would make a valid startup. But I am like I need this so much for other things I want to build that I simply think I didn't explain it to him right. So if I can build this out right, I can actually have that conversation with him again. And he might actually I might be able to convince him. And if I can convince him, I'm pretty sure I can convince YC, Y Combinator and other companies too. I'm wondering, I don't know, did he bullshit me a little bit so he could give Unkey a little bit of a chance to chew up a bit of this market before I actually launch it? I don't know. Because he is an investor. I don't think he would do that. I think it'd be a straight shooter. So I'm just bullshitting. I think I just didn't explain the thing I'm trying to do to him well enough. It's like I was drinking whiskey and smoking weed or something when we chatted about it. So yeah, I probably just totally messed up in my description. And I also think there's a little bit of, well, yeah, does he need someone else to build this kind of service for him? No, he could just build it. But in the same regard, I don't need someone else to build upload thing for me because I can just do S3 uploads. I can just do pre-signed post and I'm good. So I think there's a little bit of just that cross-communication issue of we are both competent engineers. They could build what we're both talking about. But that doesn't mean that we should every single time. And I think there is definitely a market for what I'm building. At the bare minimum, that market is me. At the bare minimum. The bare necessities. Those simple bare necessities. Don't worry about your startup or your SaaS. All right, let me go grab some more soda and I'll be right back. Give me a second. Sorry. Bare necessities, those simple bare necessities. All right, did I just have a major epiphany? Hold on. If you're trying to make a startup, it needs to actually fit within the song Bare Necessities, right? If you want to build like a PayPal and Stripe middleman, right? Bare necessities, those simple bare necessities, don't worry about your PayPal or your Stripe. Yeah, no, that's a business you could make for sure. I'm gonna start my own like startup fund here eventually, and yeah, the entire like reason or way you would get funded is hold on, do an ad lib for the Bare Necessities song, and fill in like the services that you're abstracting. Right? Glock or Glock. At one point I thought, yeah, no, she's simple, but like, yeah, her 14 minutes of fame, like, like whatever. She does the podcast and cool. If people enjoy the content and she's like building it, sure. But yeah, that recent rug pull and CoffeeZilla going on their fucking Twitter space and her telling him like, why the fuck are you here? Ooh, she knows. And she's actually just shitty. So yeah, nah, fuck that shit. She sucks. She's just another grifter. And I say this as a CM griffing, right? A griffing can recognize a grifter, no problem. That's our skill. Nah, I think she's just another fucking grifter. Any little bit of goodwill she has built up, she fucking ruined with that rug pull. And she ruined even more with her behavior on that Twitter space in which CoffeeZilla tried to call her out. You think she's set? Nah, man. She's going to live outside her means for another 4 years and then she'll do an OnlyFans. I'm predicting that right now. And then at that point, she's set. Until she hits the age of like 32. Yeah, no, I just think she sucks at this point. And not in a good way. Not just like the meme that got her popular. I mean like in like the bad way, like as a human being. Yeah, if I was Algo Bro, I would be distancing myself from that shit as much as possible. Not just memeing on the heck to a thing. But, Algo can do whatever he wants. He's a big boy. See, there it is. Yeah, he doesn't even have Hack Tua in his title anymore. It's just Celebrate With Me. Because he knows she's a fucking grifter. I can understand that a little bit. She's under the same management company as Jake and whatever Paul, right? Like Jake and the other Paul. Right? So like obviously she was going to be a grifter from the start. The fact that no one saw that coming, I don't know, right? Like people are surprised when a leopard decides to eat their face. I don't know. No, realistically, someone was just trying to get in before they got the rug pulled. So yeah, like the meme that was probably bullshit that put 35 grand in and it's worth 2 grand now. I'm not even sure that was real. But also at the end of the day, like that person was just hoping to get out before the rug got pulled. So they were also like trying to get in on the grift, and they're just upset that they weren't able to grift, that they were one of the bag holders. Right? That's how anyone that invests into like meme coins works anyway. Yeah, I made $500 off Dogecoin 2.5 years ago when it had its ramp up, right? I bought in at like 28 cents and I sold at like 50 something. But I only invested like $500 anyway. Sure. Yeah. But anyone investing in a meme coin isn't in there because it's a solid investment. They're in there to like make some money and get out before it's worthless. Yeah, exactly, right? And a lot of those are basically just Ponzi schemes. Like, yeah, for sure. I think Bitcoin can be looked at as digital gold. Ethereum has some kind of utility, and Solana also has some kind of utility. And then beyond those, like stable coins, or like stable coin in major air quotes, beyond those, everything's a fucking gamble. Like, you're just gambling. Don't get upset when you lose the gamble. Oh, Tether? Oh, Tether is... Dude, that shit's like worthless now, isn't it? Because it's no longer like stablecoin backed? For sure, X Factor. She could have actually had a career ahead of her, and she decided to cash out early. She had like a full-on career from her podcast, like with viewership and everything. Like, nah, she could have just kept milking that. Right? The Hawk Tua girl. Haley Welsh, right? Fucking grifter. She could have actually just been a human being and just rode that wave, but instead she took like the easy cash out. Yeah, she was on a good path, but someone misled her because she's probably just not that bright. She's probably just not that bright. From a lawsuit? No, Array of Hope. Here's the thing. It's from a meme coin, right? Like, crypto has basically no laws around it, so she'll never see a single day in court from this shit. Right? Like, there is nothing that she is actually liable for because crypto is basically just legalized gambling right now. Or gray area gambling. Legal or not legal, it's still just gambling. Give him an enema. So an actor, right, at the Shakespeare Company collapsed. All right, so everyone over on YouTube didn't actually hear that joke. But over here on Twitch, yeah, that joke fucking landed. You didn't hear it either, X Factor? Okay. So, The drummer for this band, Wolfpack, was at an acting show, right? A theater show in which the Shakespeare Company was doing like Hamlet or some bullshit. And one of the actors clutches his chest and falls to the stage. Right? People were like, oh my God, is there a doctor in the house? And, someone goes up. But in the audience, you all of a sudden hear, like, give him an enema. All right, people go about their work. The doctor, like, starts giving, like, CPR, blah, 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 blowing in the mouth, like, doing the chest compressions, right? We hear once again, give him an enema. Right? Finally, the doctor's like, all right, let's bring out the defibrillator. They're bringing out the big guns, right? They're doing the chest thing, like, bam, right? Like, guy's not working, right? You hear again, give him an enema. To which the doctor freaks out. He's like, lady, this guy's in cardiac arrest. I don't think an enema's going to help. To which the person in the audience says, couldn't hurt. And then, the song hits its crescendo. Right? I did it the short version. In the concert, they do it way better. But there you go. People on YouTube, you're welcome. Couldn't hurt. Oh, hold on. Let me look at my DoorDash. All right. Shit's not picked up yet. We're good. Yeah, so I think a bunch of this stuff is actually wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing butter chicken because Path of Exile 2 comes out tonight. And I didn't feel like cooking some chow mein. If I wanted to cook chow mein, I would have had to thaw the pork like hours ago. No, so here's the thing, Array of Hope. What doesn't make sense are the keys that I'm querying by. And a bunch of this other stuff. But really, I do kind of want to just get, like... I want to get the boilerplate in place for all this stuff. Because the big thing is, like, a bunch of our keys have massively changed. Like, massively changed. And, like, the sort key. Yeah, that's actually a problem, too. So, like, I'm not going to know if this is incorrect until I actually start building out the UI for it and we run into the errors that get caused by querying it. I could build out some, like, integration tests and some other things, but the main gist is we don't get the full-on type safety I would like from DynamoDB because it just doesn't work that way. My voice sounds a bit on the high end. Hold on, wait, did I leave the wrong filters going? Hold on. All right, equalizer's on, compressor's on. Like, no, I think we're good. I might be yelling a bit, so yeah, it's peaking. That's on me. I blame the whiskey. Yeah, I'm probably just peaking. It's the whiskey's fault, obviously. Come on, that's just science. That's just science. All right, so the Dasher is picking up my food. Yeah. Now we're chilling. We're hanging out. Like, it's a Friday night. We did already a bunch of work. So yeah, we're at the point where I'm like slowly working on this stuff and just thinking about the problem. Because we already put in so much work today, like adding the has permission stuff to every endpoint we have. That was my main goal for the day. Like, realistically. That was my number one goal today. To get the permissions done. Getting the get all endpoints, that's more effort. I'm using DynamoDB, and DynamoDB is a NoSQL database, and especially, like, we don't have multiple tables. Everything is crammed within one table, so the keys that we are querying by end up being, like, way more important. Oh, and I like Steely Dan. I fucking hate Reeling in the Years. I hate that song so much. Oh, it's awful, man. Dude, that song sucks. So yeah, let's play something else. Pretty much anything else. No, I think you're misunderstanding their array of hope. When I say the keys change, it's like the structure of the key. So a primary key or a partition key is based upon the entities that we build it with. So in this case, the original version of the key that we were searching for, the partition key was the business ID and the account ID jammed together into this like long string key that the Dynamo data is like structured by. Technically, that has changed, and like the things that we create a partition key from has changed. So it's no longer just business ID and account ID. So that's the problem there. But at this point, we're not going to solve it tonight. And yeah, the food just got picked up and the driver's on their way, so I should figure out who we end up go raiding. So yeah, I'm sorry for yelling. I'm probably peeking again. Whatever. But what stream should we go raid? Is Algo still going? He's watching some movie. So yeah, we're not gonna go raid Algo because he's just watching some film. The Hummingbird Project. Sounds good, but yeah, no, we're not gonna raid some stream that's just watching a movie. I do that on my own time. I don't expect anyone to raid me when I do that either. We're gonna go raid Odatnerd. Yeah, Odat. He's great. Oh, it's Oik. I feel like I have rated It's Oik more recently than he has rated me. Now we're gonna go raid Odatnerd. He's great. He's a really good dude, and he raids us pretty much every chance he gets. So yeah. Is it every chance? No, but no. Odatnerd's great. He's a good dude. And yeah, I love this song, by the way. So yeah, my food will be here pretty damn soon. So yeah, let's make sure we go raid. I love this song. If you like this song too, this is Rob Crow from Pinback. Just killing it. Sorry, Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile 2 is on prepay right now, and I prepaid for it, so I'm going to be playing that later tonight. If you're waiting for it to go free to play, it'll probably be a few months. People on YouTube, yeah, let me give you the link to this song too, because I fucking love this song. It's just so good. But yeah, we're going to go raid someone named Odatnerd here on Twitch. People on YouTube, everywhere else, like, holy shit, we have the most views I've ever seen on a live stream on this channel today. Like 183 while I was live. That's amazing. Thank you all so much. So let's go raid Odatnerd. Later, everyone.